You've been listening to Wind Controllo Euro Rock Jam by Eddie EWI at Eddie EWI. Playing on his Burgund electronic wind instrument. Thank you, Eddie. Music to poop your pants to. He's getting real weird now. Get weird with it, Eddie! It's a mod stoner today. We're gonna go right into the Freedom Unite. We'll see how that goes. Day stream, this is your chance. Don't fuck it up. Eddie doesn't know me? Maybe I'll introduce myself to him. You don't know. What have we been working on? I've been trying to get the farm upgraded. You may as well. It's actually a little annoying. I was trying to do the fishing net to get bugs. Sorry, fishing net to get scatterfish. But you need nets. Which is really annoying. So we gotta upgrade our bugs. My hunter reminds you of Samus? I mean, it is 100% supposed to be like a football player, right? What do you mean I don't have any nets? What shirt am I wearing? I'm wearing the culling shirt that I won by getting first place in the culling at PAX East 2016. I did okay, but there was a guy there that was like really try hard. And he decided to just sit there winning shirts the whole weekend. I think the culling was great. I think if they didn't screw up the patches and marketed it more, I don't think it would have replaced Fortnite, obviously, but I mean, it was right there in the beginning of like the Battle Royale games. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have any excuse, really. Oh well. What they did with the culling too is like very nearly like a case study in how like not do not do this to your video game. Man, maybe we shouldn't even care about the casting machine and just buy the goddamn scatterfish. Maybe he couldn't afford new clothes. He probably had close to like 50 shirts by the end. PSO2 North America release. Hooray! Well, that didn't go very well. I think we're just going to buy the scatterfish. I think I am going to still upgrade everything else. But I feel like fishing for them is kind of a waste of time. All right. Let's just get Poogie. All right, let's just get him because he's always standing in front of him. Get over here. Well, that wasn't the best one. This is Hermitar armor. Everyone was excited about New Genesis. I mean, we played it. We enjoyed it for what it was. And that's it. I mean, you can't do really much more. Let's buy 20 gunpowder. It's actually a pretty fun armor, Zravius. Guard +1 goes kind of hard on Sword and Shield. And I know that sounds strange, but it lets you block a lot of things that you wouldn't otherwise. Without any damage. Like, you don't even take red ship damage. So, I mean, that's pretty neat. I'd say Guard 1 is bussin', yeah. Guard 2 is really hard to get in this game. I don't know that it's worth it. I need some Paw-Pass Elemental Sword and Shield. We're working on upgrading our Poison Sword and Shield. So that's in the works. And we're directly going to be going for Sleep Sword and Shield very soon. You thought they were going to drop it? I don't think they can afford to drop it. I mean, sunk cost fallacy and all that. But I don't I don't think Sega can afford to lose any source of revenue. I mean, they must have spent so much money transitioning over to the new Genesis. You know, I understand that PSO2 wasn't, you know, maybe they were getting too deep in mechanics, but I feel like just a refined PSO2 would have been the way to go. What about Elemental Sword and Shield and Now? I did play some Now today. And let me tell you, no nodes. I knew there were no nodes, but this confirmed that there's no nodes around me. I walked a mile in a radius. And there's no nodes. I'm going to have to start, like, cutting through neighbors' yards and stuff like that to get even close towards something. No nodes. It's like, obviously, I mean, again, like, you know, can I blame them? But it's 100% designed for Japan. You know? Which is fine. I mean, they're the largest market, allegedly. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it yesterday. You know, I have memories of starting up new Freedom Unite saves. And for some reason, my play was always doing quartz farming. But I think Powderstone farming is better. I think it's more points. It's not that much harder with Backpacker. But we're gonna finish up as much of the upgrades as we can, and then we're gonna. We want to kill those cats. Allegedly, they did a spoofing thing, a spoofing update, and now. I mean, it makes sense, you know. I mean, if you could just teleport everywhere and get unlimited nodes and unlimited farming, that might make life a lot easier for you. My thing is, like, reward walking and reward playing, but, like, paintballs shouldn't be a convenience. Paintballs should be, like, built into the game. Because when you're walking, like, I don't know about you guys, like, I want to walk. I don't want to walk, like, 2 minutes, stop, fight a thing, walk 2 minutes, stop, fight a thing. That's real annoying. Like, if they wanted it to be a subscription, like if it was $5 a month, even $10 a month, and there was unlimited paintballs, like I can maybe do that, you know? But having to constantly sit and wait is really bad. It's dangerous, you know? Because, like, you're walking, you're not always, it says, like, make sure you're in a safe spot when you hunt. Well, you know, easier said than done. You're the one that put the Great Jagras in the middle of the street. His actual habitat is the street. Fair enough. Nothing. That being said, apparently it's doing well. I don't really know the context for mobile games. Like, I am vaguely aware of the profitability of MiHoYo games, and that's like, we made $100 million in a month. But I don't, you know, I'm not 100% familiar with how it goes in. Hey, I think that's what we needed. I think just one. Not counting PC revenue. Oh, that's interesting, yeah. Hurts when you kill a 5 or 6 star monster, it's all tier 1 mats. I mean, they want to maybe make sure that nobody gets stuck in an upgrade path, you know? But I'm sure it's annoying. Can you sell parts for Zenny? Because, like, you know, in the beginning, you kill a monster, you get 10 Zenny. I mean, that's looking pretty scary. I'm sure that's how they gate you. I'm sure that's a major gate of being like, well, I guess I gotta wait until I get more money or I gotta whale. Would you say the Zenny gate is the most significant gate? Assuming you play perfectly. What's the Zenny drop on like a higher level monster? Do they eventually drop 100 at a time? Because the 2-star dropped 20. I would assume 6-star drops 60? 100 for a 6-star. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what they want, Incognito Man. Do they just want you to walk for like 4 hours a day? I mean, it's a mobile game, right? So like they don't want you to finish, right? You have to play forever. I've killed 50 Gyros. 0 primes. Holy crap. It's not even like Pokemon Now, where it's mostly like an off-screen activity. It's like, you know, it does feel like Great Jagras is hitting harder than he probably should. I don't want to embarrass myself, but I had a potion on the 2-star Great Jagras. I hadn't upgraded my armor at all, but like he did a lot of damage. Like what are you doing here? I know it's embarrassing. I think they just really want you to buy the potion if you take damage. I mean, it's not hard not to take damage, but you can tell they tuned it. Just adept dodge? It's pretty fun adept dodging. I'm not sure that it's really worth it. The risk reward doesn't feel super high. Want us to become athletes? Start running like 5 miles. Even then, like, you can't really even run because, like, you got to stop and fight. Oh, yeah. Another joke I was workshopping today was Monster Hunter limited network connectivity. What's going on, man? I've got 5G, 5 bars, and it's like, oh, we're having a hard time contacting the servers. What are you guys doing? My internet's not that bad. Yeah, it's not great. This is satisfying to be able to upgrade it. So I guess we should probably... What do you want to upgrade the bug tree first? I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. We're gonna have to upgrade everything. Throw it out here too. Can't bounce networks if you don't have any. I like it. Can we make the helmet now? This is going to be an amazing armor set if it comes together. Ooh. Oh, yeah. This is what we're going for. It's going to be fun. This will be a fun playthrough. I think it'll be a fun playthrough. I'm having fun. I guess we can upgrade our final crispy texture. Me and Incognito Man share the same brain cell. Because, like, we're both under the same opinion that, like, if you were to up-res this game, you would just want to, like, double the texture resolution. You wouldn't want to go, like, full-on 4K. But if you could just, like, double it, I think that would be perfect. I'm on the side of 2x. I could see 4x working. Steel bulkhead helmet looking top. I like it, man. It looks great. No, I think high texture is right, Zarabians. I mean, the thing is like, there's a lot of people out there that, not a lot, but some people out there are like, hey, I released a high-resolution texture project, and what they do is they take the base textures, they run them through an AI, and they turn them into 4K. And they just have an AI design a 4K resolution thing. And like, it just doesn't fit the art style at all. It doesn't need to be 4K. And I mean, honestly, like, I keep it locked at 720p because I want there to be like a little bit of aliasing. Like, I want it to be like a little crispy. Native res, I think, I agree, is like, it's too low. But the 720p, I think, looks real good. Runs really well. 720p on Vulkan. With like no other options. It runs great. Never even considers stuttering. So our ultimate armor set is going to be Bombardier, Sharpness +1, Razor Sharp. That's going to be pretty good, man. That's going to be sick. Once we start getting, like, decent amounts of blue sharpness. I'm in high rank. But this is a low rank quest. Bombardier is... we'll call it Bomb Boost. Whatever you want to call it. The thing is Freedom Unite is, I believe, the last game that has a 3x sleep multiplier. And I'm pretty sure that the defense modifier does not apply to bombs. So one sleep bomb should actually be like an insane amount of health. Let alone 2 sleep bombs. It's just a matter of getting the granny to sell scatterfish. Once I could buy a bunch of scatterfish, like, it's gonna be expensive, but like, you can buy gunpowder and you can buy scatterfish. Like, it's going to be expensive, but we're going to be moving through quests so quickly, I don't think it'll really matter. Not only that, Sword and Shield really struggles to hit some heads. So, you know, things like Gypceros and whatnot, we could actually break the head. I mean, and try, even if you just get away with, like, just stylish bombing or whatever you want to call it. That's good enough. Still a lot of damage, even just 2 large barrel bombs. So I was looking at my different options. We can technically make the Hypnoc Sword and Shield, but I think we're just going to go Plesioth. Plesioth upgrades farther. So it's either Hypnoc or it's Plesioth. Interestingly enough, if you want a G-rank sleep Sword and Shield, you got to make one of the ticket weapons. Portable third, any percent bombs only is fun. It's not the fastest. I would assume it's mega fast. I mean, when I've seen speed runs, seems pretty fast to me. I've seen a lot of speed runs of the older Monster Hunter games. It's like just bombs. Yeah, so 225 times 3 is 675. I mean, there's a lot of monsters in this game that don't even have 2,000 health. Spend 5 minutes scrap glitching. As God intended. That's the only game I do that on. Like, I would never, you know, deliberately hack in money or anything else in any other game. But, like, if it's in the game, it's in the game. You know, I'm not externally doing anything. It's a good point, Miss Chances, actually. I don't really know how it works. Like, there are multiple things in the game that require 2 part breaks, but if you deal enough damage, or multiple flinches, if you do enough damage to supersede all of them at once, does it cut instantly? I guess it does. When's the run? When's the portable third? Any percent all bombs run? I would never do that. Lost health in Gen 5 is multiple times higher, and bombs deal almost the same damage. They're still good. You're just dealing a lot more damage with your weapon. I don't know. I don't know, Miss Chances. It's an interesting question, and I should probably know. Ragnos, if you never watched him, Moss TKM has some very interesting runs in Freedom, where it's something like if a monster doesn't see a pitfall trap and runs into it, they're stuck in there for like 30 seconds. And he's got some crazy runs where the monster's just like, it feels like they're in the pitfall trap the whole quest. Yeah, they have to be like, they can't see you. So like he's using like smoke bombs and stuff so they don't see him, and he puts down a pitfall trap, and then they're just in it for like forever. And then he like puts another pitfall trap down as soon as they get out, and they're like don't know what's going on. I don't know. You gotta look at it to see it. Our banana's so good. Pretty cheap. Guess you got to be a little worried about, wasn't like a radioactive isotope in bananas? You eat too many. Wanting more on your toes? I mean, let's not tell the guy he's gonna get, you know, irradiated from eating bananas, but you know, it's something to keep in mind. I don't think it's 3,000 minutes. I don't know, man. You know better than me. I feel like I'm getting robbed. Like, I gotta have Barrel Bomb Plus to get anything decent out of there. Dude, frame perfect, man. That was like frame perfect. Oh, we got some good stuff out of that. I have no idea what to send Trenya on. No clue. I don't want to give him all those points. Go to the swamp. It's a real farm, Decoro. The only farm that maybe is better is the farm that's in, Portable Third. The Portable Third farm is pretty goated. The tri-farm is okay, but it's kind of the beginning of the end of, like, the good farms, right? There's scatterfish. By 40? I could almost buy a full thing of them. That's not even that bad. 50 bananas, dental, x-ray amounts of radiation. What's the half-life? What's the half-life amount of bananas? I think I need sleepy fish for later. Let's just double check. For the weapon, I need 10 sleepy fish for an upgrade. We'll buy 10 sleepy. So, one other question. The Granny's random items. She does occasionally sell things cheaper than normal, is that right? She's got like a sale bag. Like, can I buy bombs for half off? Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. Is bombs in that list? By the way, Incognito Man, I did notice your name on a GameFAQs list of monster health pools per quest, and I just want to say I kind of appreciate that. I really appreciate that. That actually helps a lot. I was trying to figure out how viable sleep bombing would be, and it seems like it's going to be pretty good. Your name is out there, man. Somebody has your name on a list, on a GameFAQs list of monster health pool per quest. It may not be you. You may not know it, but I was looking at it last night, and I'm like, oh, that's good. I can't imagine there's that many Incognito Mans. Or maybe two. I mean, I'm sure there's a whole hell of a lot of Shepherds out there. Gotta send you a link? Once I find it, I mean, I'll probably look at it again tonight. I'll send it to you. They maybe just put your name there as like a thank you because of some tool or something you had released. I don't remember you being listed as like the primary author or anything like that. You documented a ton of stuff, but nothing's been released yet. I saw something. 2007, only 5.4% of U.S. population used exclusively cell phones. I was one of those people. I wasn't even really in the United States in 2007. I was mostly in the People's Republic of China. I mean, only the elderly are keeping landlines alive. My father-in-law and my uncle are the only people I know of that actually use them. And it's like, why would you? I mean, it's not a lot of money, but like, you know, $10, $20 a month. Most service providers give you a fake land. I mean, do you even plug into the phone line? All I know is that I have almost exclusively only ever paid for the internet, and my bill never changes. Whereas, you know, everyone I know that pays for like TV and phone and internet, like it's always different. Do new houses even get phone lines installed? That's an interesting question. Probably not. I don't know if it's a crime or not, but allegedly the phone lines that are installed contain like a tiny amount of power that is technically paid by the phone company. So if you wanted to like plug in the equivalent of a phone line to like a little USB modem or something, you could probably like get a couple kilowatts a month of free juice. Their landline runs through the internet. Yeah, I mean, like, what's the point of having a VoIP landline? Like, really? Like, I don't understand it. It's bundled and you can't opt out. Well, I know where you are. The internet company seems particularly intent on cornholing every single customer in their service region. You're paying like something like, what, $200 Canadian for like basic service? It's like unbelievable. Like somebody actually needs, like, I'm not saying we should bring back public crucifixions. I'm just saying people should know that they're on the table. Don't. What? Dude, the goddamn sniper! And I was specifically trying to avoid him! Yeah, so, I mean, the only thing surprising to me is I feel like Sword and Shield doesn't really get that many weapons. I feel like I remember there being more of like a weapon variety in Freedom Unite for Sword and Shield, but you're really, at most for Element, like you've got like 2 or 3 choices. Not counting the G options. Rent is half your income. When the internet sell are almost 20%, that's unbelievable. Aren't you? And I would assume you're splitting it. I spent some time today looking at foreign apartments. It's probably not healthy. I just like looking at them. Some countries, it's like $400 a month and you're living pretty good. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything. That is what I'm saying. Look at apartments outside of where you live, even though it's still in the U.S. I don't bother looking at anything in the United States. Even if you move, you'll pay 2 countries' taxes. You don't get double taxed. You will always have to pay at least as much as you would pay in the United States. Because they give you global taxation. Unless, like, you find some way of getting another passport and renouncing your citizenship. Japanese apartments? I look at Japanese apartments. I look at some European apartments. I look at apartments in Chiang Mai. How much rent is 50 square meters in the U.S.? Most major metropolitan areas, I mean, you're not going to get anything for less than $1,000. And it's probably a lot more than that. Like, the real cities, like, you're definitely paying almost, I mean, you can be paying up to $2,000. They're Japanese apartment. They're centipedes. Would I train the centipedes? Rindus, I would not live in a Japanese apartment that was going to be filled with centipedes. Like, a normal apartment in a city is not that much more expensive. I mean, I know you paid, like, essentially nothing to live on a mountain, but it's not that much more to just live in the city. I would gladly spend the $300 to $400 to have, like, access to, like, a subway and restaurants. Would I train them? No, I would destroy them. I would exterminate all of them. I don't want to get bit. The nice thing about this quest is it is actually pretty good money too. Like, we're getting 6,000. It's not terrible. One of the classic methods of getting Poke Points is to annihilate Kutku in the training hall, but like I don't know how that compares. Should we check? Let's do one just to see how fast it goes. It's really stupid. Oh, hold on. I don't know if it shows up on your guild card though if you do it. Is my guild card tainted yet? Not yet. Normally you do this with bowgun. That's like the fastest. We're gonna try it with sword and shield. I've never done this before, but I assume this is what you're supposed to do. Hit the ball! I know the conversion rate is bad. Like, I mean, you don't even need to move if you use the light bowgun on him. I'm just worried it's going to affect my guild card. It's just like Monster Hunter now. I don't know if you get to keep these power seeds. I don't think you do. Do I gotta wait 60 seconds? So long. One-minute ad break? I can do that for you. Points earned. Is that going to be like 378? Boomerangs are still in freedom in world, aren't they? I could have sworn they're still in world. I don't remember seeing them in Rise. Let's make... That's expensive, isn't it? I think bombs are like... I think you need all of them. But let's see. Oh no, it's 100%. I guess we'll get started on... We'll finish the feline mask first. Orfindo, hello. Good afternoon. Green plants do give you more ivy. I just feel like it's not worth it. You're better off just buying the ivy. In general, it feels like it's just worth doing power seeds for money. Did the arena quest count? Oh! I wasn't really keeping track. I don't know. What do you think? 65? What was it before? It did count. You gotta be careful. You want purity. Kind of a shame. That means you would never be able to get like a pure guild card. If you wanted to get like the Sword Saint piercing. That did not feel worth it. I'll mess with you later, Trenya. What's a pure guild card? With only weapon being played or without bowgun uses? Let's say both. You can't be pure if you're using bowguns, right? No way, man. All right, let's find that mask first. Oh, Vespa cap on. Bolfongo head. Can you get that from Boldrome? I'm assuming so. It looks like you can. I don't know if there's a high rank Boldrome quest. I mean, we could do Slay 20 Bolfongo. And the Boldrome. This might be a key quest. It is. Well, I'll just do it anyways. It's gotta be like a... ...1 to 2% drop rate off of them, I'm sure. I don't think you get... Oh, no! I don't think you get bonus rewards for killing large monsters. I think you only get the carves. Congo almost got us. What weapon is the quarterback of Freedom Unite? I mean, it would have to be the boomerang. So I saw, and I did not watch, a video for an upcoming patch for Diablo 4. Are they making the game better? Are they adding more legendaries? All I know is that my first playthrough was painfully boring. And I didn't even finish the game. I probably should, just so I can do seasons. It's on Steam now? I did not see that. Well, you still probably have to download Battle.net, right? I didn't buy the graphics card to get it early. It was just an added bonus. Most people are not excited for the new season. What's the Armored Core 6 patch? Did it add new fights? I think I finished Act 2. That's just so boring. It worked! I think it worked. I think we have to fight him. Oh, we got our Bullfrog. Go ahead. I'm so nervous right now. I don't know why it's not doing it. Am I hurting it? I don't even think I can hurt it. It's Boulder Drone. It'll make the purple Gypceros quest easier. Get the mega pickaxe? I don't think you can mine them. Something ain't right. It's a Easter egg in Freedom Unite Complete. I remember him being able to move and attack last time. I don't remember him turning into a boulder and farting while spinning wildly. Big one. God, they move fast. Kind of screwed up. I didn't bring any whetstones. I brought pickaxes we could mine for them. Depending on how desperate we get. Oh God, that one is huge. No. He'll kill me. No one judge me. I came in unprepared. We got the head we needed. And we got supplies. Mini whetstones don't even really help all that much. Like, you'll notice it doesn't say weapon power has fully increased. They only restore like half of the sharpness as a normal whetstone. I forget the amount of units. This map isn't for you. It's in Genu, isn't it? I don't know if it's in for you. I don't know, man. He's big, though, isn't he? It's a shame they can't get poisoned by walking into the poison. It's also a shame there's no Bullfongo in Monster Hunter now. It's all like Murnos and Barnos and Shamos and Jaggy. Somebody said they did some testing. They don't even attack back. They just like look at you. That's kind of funny. If you're walking, the game does do a pretty good job of always making sure that your ADD is satisfied by giving you something to click on. Talking about senior citizens again. I was talking about Monster Hunter Now? I mean, do we consider Monster Hunter Now players senior citizens? They don't fight back, they just look at you? Don't bully the elderly. I mean, it's, you know, baby boomers caused a lot of harm, but that doesn't mean we should torture them. Doesn't Monster Hunter Now copy almost the entire low-ranked Monster Hunter World roster? It seems that way. I don't think I've seen anything from Rise. Or that would be exclusive to GU. It probably started development shortly after Monster Hunter World started selling a lot, and everybody was like, we want to make our own Monster Hunter now. I think that's it. I think that's what happened. Because they said it took a couple years for them to develop it. And presumably it got slowed down because of COVID. They were worried that, you know, COVID restrictions might make it less popular. I don't know. How did Pokemon Go do during coronavirus? I thought some people said they like gave better functionality. What was that noise? That was probably Boulder Drone. Oh. Yeah, Boulder Drone's having an issue. Boulder Drone's not moving. He just sits here. And I can't attack him. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just goofy, right? I mean, it's not a big deal. Sometimes you get decent stuff. I don't know how much I should care about the Dragonite. I think I should go for the Gold Hammer. Oh, I don't think I got that perfect. Man, it's such a great way of getting, like, more bugs. It's like the whole farm route, like, it doesn't take long, but it takes long enough to feel like you're meaningfully interacting with your farm. Like, I don't know why they wanted to move away from that so much. Like, I don't think it's that bad. You get married tomorrow? Congratulations. I think Doug mentioned it. Yo. Happy for you. 2 unknown skulls. Alright, we're gonna try and finish getting those skulls. There's only one place I know where to get them. If anyone knows of a better place to get the skulls, let me know. I just... The only place I know for sure is, like, on the floor, on the forest and hills, in Area 5. That's pretty much it. No, I mean, it's fine. I mean, we didn't need to fight him. I got my Bullfongo head anyways. I'm almost certainly will not need him for the remainder of this stream. Wait, you doubted me, Bee Sponge? I'm a little hurt, but I'm glad we could come to this understanding. Or are you thinking about calling emergency services? Because that's the real critical part of the story. Is like, I might need help. Can I get help? It fucks up. I mean, it's literally that. You know, can I reach anyone on the cell phone? Finally getting married? I mean, as long as everyone's happy, like... I'm not saying there's no reason to get married, but like, it's not a rush, as long as everyone's happy. I guess it probably helps with benefits and stuff, right? Get an egg here, right? Might as well deliver it. We gotta go back anyways. No rest in the restroom. Tax stuff? You know, I don't want to be a bummer, but I've always felt almost like filing separately, you almost... maybe a child changes things, but... I never really saw much of a married tax benefit. Benefits, maybe, it matters. If you're on the same benefits and you need to be married. Although, I feel like there's a lot of, like, insurance companies that are allowing, like, +1s that are not legally married. I've read about that. Can't claim Chad as dependents? If I could just get 100 of you as dependents, that would be sweet. No tax. But I'm not paying child support, so don't come after me for that. Putting on as his dependents. I'm not paying for you. Can't afford it. You can take care of me in my old age. In the retirement home? As long as I don't get the advanced dementia too quickly, I'll keep streaming. Let's get the sheets? I can't promise you that. Can you claim beans as a business expense? If, like, I had a very bean-focused show, and I was, like, eating beans on a regular basis, like, in front of you all, I think you probably could. You had access to them once? That was a mistake. There are streamers out there that, like, order pizza delivery and eat it on stream and claim it as a tax deduction. And I think that's That's kind of dangerous. If you're just like eating a pizza on stream and writing it off, I don't think that's a good idea. Unless like you're like really making it part of your show. Describing taste and all that. I mean, mukbangs, I mean, for sure. I mean, you could write off a lot of restaurant stuff if you were doing mukbangs. I mean, you wouldn't even necessarily need to turn every video, every restaurant visit into a video. You know, like I write off virtually every video game I purchase, even if I don't stream it, because I might stream it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You do a monthly home gym stream? Well, I mean, I don't really need... It's already all paid for. I mean, I haven't spent money on gym equipment in a very long time. I don't need to. Buy more? There's always so much space. I mean, it's good. Gym home equipment giveaways, then? It would literally cost more for me to ship it than it would just to buy it. And I promise you that. Like, can you imagine how much it would cost to ship, like, 100 kilograms of weights through UPS? I'll definitely be writing off parts of the Japan trip, yeah. Give me a lifting cage. It literally costs more to ship the lifting cage than for you just to buy it. They're not expensive. $200, $300? Giveaway gift cards or something. Now we're just talking about giving away gift cards. Buy the gift cards and give them away as a tax expense? That almost sounds like you want me to do money laundering. If I had a partnership with Dick's, I would. Can I buy it? Can I buy the head? I think I can. It's an American sports store. Okay, and first, we want to start making the Plesioth Sword and Shield. Commit tax fraud on stream, yeah. Scary in the United States. So this upgrades out of the Chief Chris. Okay, that looks annoying, but we'll get there. Go to your nearest Target and buy an Xbox gift card. You get it. We gotta fight a Cephadrome and a Plesioth. I guess we do the Cephadrome first. Do I have any frogs? I have 2 frogs. Can you buy frogs? Boot up Freedom Unite again? You can do it, man. You can duo stream. Ooh, there's the meat. I want to buy bombs. This is not the discount one, though. Stuff drum is 3-star, I think. He might be 2-star. I don't know if I'll use those bombs. I probably should. I wonder if he gets a cutscene. He probably does. Oh, you could easily get your PSP save on the PC. You just need a mini USB cable. You can actually move your Freedom character all the way up until Portable Third, I think. And that's kind of neat. Goes Freedom to Freedom 2. Freedom 2 to Freedom Unite. Freedom Unite to Portable Third. I guess it needs to be the second G versions. But there's probably a converter that converts a Freedom Unite save to a portable second G save. Mini USB? Mini USB isn't that bad. Micro USB is bad. Don't run. Don't run. Even with guard 1, that's got some knockback. What carries over to Portable Third? I think it just says, like, your time spent and your most used weapon. It's something like that. You might get some bonus money. But it shows up on your guild card. One fin. Action RPGs from your childhood? Like PS2 stuff? Oh, Monster Hunter 1 is, like, amazing. For the time. Guess I should have used the trap. Portable. Not gonna come back. It's interesting how for Monster Hunter, the combos are just that involved that even though you're repeating the same thing a lot, it never gets boring. I think it's the timing aspect of it. How was God of War? It's probably a lot of repeating the same combo. I would assume. Monster Hunter 1 is so much better than something like Starfield? I mean, with how satisfying combat is, I would assume Monster Hunter 1 is better. I'm not sure. Head to head, how many people would agree with you? It's a little, it's going a little hard. You're cooking real hard. The way they map up, down, left, and right to different attacks is very interesting. Thank you for the bug nut, you little bastard. Oh, no, I won't bet him. Just bring us some frogs.
Yo.
I mean, I have, you know, I mean, look, there's a lot of stuff that, like, if I had, like, infinite time in a day, like, I would get around to playing it. It's just, like, our time is so limited and so precious. I just don't want to spend it, like, playing games that aren't fun. You know? Like, I would enjoy the novelty of Starfield because, like, it's not, that setting isn't explored too often. But at the same time, like, I know it's going to be, like, zoomed in camera on NPC faces, and I'm just going to hate that. Every time I see it. I'm assuming we have enough Hibiscus. We don't need more. I mean, I'm not saying you gotta change your engine, but, like, you've got an engine that was running like Morrowind, and unless you're remaking Morrowind, like, what are you doing? Alright, we need a Plesioth. Might be... I remember trying to play New Vegas on... Could have been the PlayStation 3 and just having, like, the worst time. And then just, like, getting it on PC and being like, holy crap, even my crappy PC can, like, blow the hell out of this game. Have I done the double Hypno Hunt yet? I did the solo Hypno Hunt. I had to do that to get into High Rank Village. I think the one you're thinking of, I think that gets you into G rank. Can't remember. Pretty sure it's a G rank quest. Is there no double in Village? I don't know. Check the guild. Check the quest list. I don't think it's a key quest at the very least. I don't think it's going to be that bad. Just chill, Apsaros. Chill. Chill. Relax. exciting gameplay. You know, the hard part is not realizing whether that person is being genuine or, like, being ironic. And so, like, either I want to VIP them or I want to man them. I'm not sure. Jesus! Monsters are huge in Freedom Unite. They're like tiny in Monster Hunter World in comparison. A gold crown in Monster Hunter World is like a normal monster in Freedom Unite. Still a little bit of chip damage there, even with the guard +1. If you purchase the game, you're allowed to legally play it in any way you want, including emulating it. I mean, at least that's the legality in the United States. I don't know what it is in other countries. I mean, you could find a physical version of Freedom Unite. You might even, I don't know the status of the PlayStation Store. That's a great question. I think they were about to shut the store down, and then people complained, and then they actually kept it up. Wow, kicked his ass. I hope we can get the fins. That was fast. I mean, it's a 3-star village quest. There are frogs in 3. Let me get some frogs. Hey, here. Yeah, I mean, if somebody were to emulate something, I think PPSPP is probably the best single experience they could ever have. It's genuinely amazing. The gold standard from which all other emulators should try and strive to. Am I playing this on? PPSPP? It's a fin? Yeah, one fin. Alright, just gotta get him one at a time. That's not too bad. I mean, I think some people pronounce it ps, ps. Like you're like whispering to a cat. You buy pokey tickets? Interesting. It's funny, actually. Yeah, you almost never see, you barely see loading screens, huh? Those armor stones are actually, like, kind of goated. Oh, no, I sucked. It's alright. We got bug hoppers out of it. I don't know, man. I tried to use a PlayStation 3 emulator, and it kind of was ass. PlayStation 2 for a while was difficult to, like, make look good. PlayStation 1 is okay. I don't know. I guess I just don't agree. It's gotten better. I think it's great, though. Is the emote supposed to be piss? I think it's supposed to be like a piece of spaghetti. Green Plesioth, too. Do I need green Plesioth stuff? And does green Plesioth drop Plesioth fins? I need a Plesioth fin and green Plesioth fin. Oh. Okay. How do you play an emulator without pirating the game? You gotta, like, homebrew your PSP, which is, like, really easy. Or your Vita, which is, I think, even easier. I mean, it's amazing. Like, it's the one time in the U.S. court system I can say that, like, we got a good ruling. Because the court system said if you purchase a copy of software, you're legally entitled to use it in any way that you want. Nintendo was trying to make it so that people could only ever play it on a Nintendo. I could be wrong, Zravius, but I think they actually have like an offline brewer now for the Vita. Which is pretty wild. I don't know the legalities of the law, Darth Plagueis. I mean, in theory, if you purchased a boxed copy of the game, I would say by most accounts, people would say you own a license. If you're not legally able to rip it, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. All the hub quests? It's a mod, Naughty, that restores blood and adds all the event quests to the game. And it makes some other small changes. I should really make a link to GitHub. Game is still a ton of fun, man. It's still really challenging. Let me know if you ever beat the Festa Quest 4 Rajay. That guy's like my nightmare, dude. A lot of damage. Is that a lot of damage for a 3-star monster? Theoretically, any copy you get on the internet is just a friend borrowing your game. I don't think it's good to push it, man. We don't want to give fuel to the fire, you know what I mean? Because the Internet Library tried that and they lost a lawsuit. They were trying to say one license is fair for everyone, and like that's like a little extreme. No, that's what the Internet Library said. The people that run the Internet Archive were trying to... I mean, they were doing it during COVID, which is like, God bless them. They were saying we're doing this because people don't have access to information. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, games are art, so they should be archived. People should be able to play them. Well, the difference is like, you can belong to a library, and the library can give you, like, the ability to rent audiobooks. But every time you do that, they have purchased a license, an individual audiobook, and they're lending that one out at a time, and nobody else can get it until it gets, like, returned. Hold on, I'm not really on my camera. Hold on, I need to move. Too far off the screen. And that's fine. I mean, that's fair. You know, I mean, I mean, I don't want to sound like a bootlicking corporate shill. Bootlicking corporate shill incoming. But, you know, I mean, it's fair to at least make sure that there's a legally purchased license that is being shared back and forth, whether it be on an archive or anything else. You know, I mean, it can be a little bit of a give and take. There's only one emulator that you would want to use. It's PPSPP. All right, hold on. Let's make a command for fuck. What is he talking about? What do I think of this emote? There's a lot of gun-holding emotes on the internet. On Twitch. Hey, we got our fin. I'm not adding convenience. I'm not. Look, you start streaming, okay? You get people in your chat room, and you can add as much council as you want. I won't stop you. I'm not like, you know, going into your router settings and blocking the host files for council. If that's what you want, that's your choice. Sponsors aren't here anymore. I've got a sponsorship I could do today. No, I went too early. Early is better than late. It's not Raid Shadow Legends. It's, Dead Island 2? And I have a key I can give away. I know I said this yesterday, and I still didn't do it. But I have it. I just want to finish my, like, I want to finish my armor set. Trying to make this Plesioth Sword and Shield. That's not right. Hold on. Was I lied to? Is this wrong? Thin sword. Oh, no, it's right. I just misread it a little bit. No, we gotta kill a lot more Plesioth. Holy crap, that's a lot more Plesioth. You need a total of 12 Plesioth fins. Yo, that's messed up, dude. All right, well, let's get back to it. You wouldn't do it? It's a good sword, though. I mean, if you want to sleep bomb anything. You want to play GU, but you can't find your Switch? Emulate it anyways. It's like so much more fun when it's at like 1080p and 60. Oh my god, that game like changes. Like, I think that's what gives me a headache when I try to play GU. Because, like, the frame rate is, like, not good. I'd like to break his fin, but, like, I don't think there's an easy way to do it. Is there a double Plesioth quest? I know that sounds like kind of insane. Oh, we could maybe do this one. Well, it's just like the animations are like perfect on the PSP. Another hundo on the card for more games? You going hard, brother. Oh, enjoy. I mean, at least your boss is paying you. Yeah, mistakes happen, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why are they both here? Why are they both here at the same time? Uh-oh. Hopefully we kill him quickly. It's a large let. He's already enraged. He's so tall, his tail goes over me. This is why when people say, like, Freedom Unite has the worst hitboxes, like, even in Monster Hunter 1, if you found, like, a really large Plesioth, like, you wouldn't get hit. Hip check is amazing. I love it. Ah! Probably healed up. No! How do I feel about the Armor Core 6 patch? I mean, I'm just kind of done with the game. I mean, I thought it was fun. But, like, I'm just kind of done. I mean, I think it's good that they're actively balancing it. But this has been the year of, like, baby gamer victories. Because they did the same thing to Lies of P, where, like, there was some challenging stuff and they just nerfed the game. I'm all for accessibility, but, like, there should be, like, a certain level of humiliation. Like, you have to know that you beat the game on easy mode. Heading home from babysitting? See you soon. Did they nerf the needles yet? Or are the needles still, like, cracked? Yeah, the needles needed to be nerfed. They were too strong. Barely changes, 3 bosses. Well, I'll tell you in Lies of P, they definitely massively nerfed some of the bosses. I know because I've been playing it a ton. I remember right when Elden Ring launched, it was like that one Ice Stomp skill spam everywhere, and like that's not that fun to watch. Clicking the speedrun on Lies of P? I'd love to. I'd love to. However, it's not in this timeline. The run I would do would be no summons, glitchless. But like that just requires me to get really good. Lies of P with throwables? Definitely. But I mean, in the context of a speed run, you know, if you invest in exclusively in throwables for your run, you better have it planned out because otherwise the run's dead. I guess that's the point of a speed run, though. For me, I want it to be as much of a run as possible that includes, you know, understanding the fight and parrying, not, you know, I summoned the guy and then I threw a bunch of fire things at the back of the guy's head. You know what I mean? I want it to be like actually fighting the boss. That's how I am. I mean, it's the same reason why I enjoy the Monster Hunter speedruns. At least base game speedruns. Iceborne really screws up a lot of things. There was a speedrun on GDQ the other day, and like it was an Iceborne speedrun to Xeno, and it just uses like Defender Switch Axe, spamming like you know, Slinger Burst and stuff like that, and Zero Sum Discharge with Defender weapons. And like that's all well and good. I mean, that's going to be faster than anything I could ever do without Defender and without Slinger Burst. But I don't know. Like, what does it demonstrate? I don't think it's entertaining to watch. But that's just me. I mean, I know there's people out there that are like, you know, they'd rather watch a guy hump a wall for 10 minutes and then clip through the wall and then you see the credits. Like, there's people out there, like, they love that stuff. They can't get enough of it. And that's fine. I mean, that's you know, that's for them. It's not for me. You know, Morrowind speedrun, like, drugging yourself to death and then one-shotting the boss. You know what I mean? It's fun. I mean, it's funny. It's just those, I mean, like, all main quests, like, stuff like that. Like, that's the sort of stuff that I find really interesting. That's more about, like, player execution than it is, like, exploiting a bug in the game or exploiting a mechanic in the game. It's just two different things, right, Decoro? Like, it's about, like, you know, we found this bug. And, like, I agree. It's, like, it's neat. Come here. Buzzyeff, come here. Do I play Street Fighter? No. I got sent this huge package of Street Fighter stuff, and, like, I don't even really play it. I feel bad, but I play Monster Hunter. I'm still playing Capcom games. Fake Capcom fan. They sent me, like, a skateboard-looking thing. You want to see it? I'll show it to you. If, like, are you a Street Fighter fan? You must be. I've never really even looked at it. Truth be told. Let me pause the chat. It's got a goddamn Chipotle on it. I can play Monster Hunter now on it. It's not bad. I don't think it's bad. I think it's cool. I don't know. This was near it. This might have been with it as well. I don't know what that says. It says Cammy. I'm a Capcom shill. What are you talking about, man? I'm not a shill, man. I'm a goddamn investor. I don't think you understand this dynamic. I wonder if the Sonic Bomb will hit him because, like, I've got a hell of an arm. Huh! Nope. Am I to blame when I do dumb stuff? I have more shares in Capcom than some of the people on the board of directors. So yeah, I mean, you can blame me. There he goes again. Where does he go to 10? He's not going to 3. Well, where is he? You know what? Fine. You know what? Let's just... There he is! Honestly, like, if all the people that had invested money into Bitcoin... I forget. It would be an interesting comparison to be like, at what year... if you had just invested in Capcom instead of Bitcoin. I mean, obviously, at this point, virtually any cryptocurrency would have been better off buying Capcom stock. Maybe not Bitcoin. I don't know. I thought I saw Bitcoin is still somewhat, like, not dead. I know I've got a friend that apparently invested a lot of money in Ethereum. Let's see how that's doing. It is worth 1,641 now. I think he would have lost like half of his investment. I don't know. The thing is for me is like, you see a price for cryptocurrency, but like if you actually wanted to sell it for cash, like how resilient, you know what I mean? Like how much can you sell before it crashes, you know? It's not like there's many ethical video game companies out there, but of the video game companies, I feel pretty happy riding with Capcom. You know what I mean? There are way worse companies out there. Like Blizzard, Activision, Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo. Like, I want... I wouldn't want to ride with those guys. Bandai Namco sale on Steam. This is on top of the, was it the NIS sale? What are they selling? What are you cooking, Bandai Namco? Can you buy can you buy Dark Souls 2 non-Scholars version? Scarlet Nexus is on sale. I might buy that and never play it. The farm resets after every quest. RPG Essentials Collection. Scarlet Nexus, Tales of Arise. I thought people said they did not like Tales of Arise. Like, it got real boring? God Eater Trilogy. God, is that game bad. Don't buy that. Don't do it. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is okay. Just don't play the DLC. It's bad. Elden Ring is on sale. I technically don't own Elden Ring on Steam. Maybe I'll buy it. This is the first real sale for Elden Ring. Don't think so. I remember looking at it the other day and being like, when is it going to go on sale? What mods did you drop on Arise, Ravius? Second half of Arise is unhinged, like in a good way? I'll take like unhinged. I like that. Bad. So. Yo, this cat keeps messing up my food. Stop burning it. You're level 3. You don't have any excuse. Elden Ring's lowest price yet. That's what I thought, man. 40 bucks is not bad. Large barrel bomb, 259. Large barrel bomb, 518. No, on sale! We're gonna buy a stack. My money! Oh, I'm gonna have to sell something. We could probably sell some of the Plesioth stuff. We only need the fins. You only need the fins? I mean, I'm looking at the upgrade path. It says you need Plesioth fin, green Plesioth fin, Sleep Sack. Do I have to get that from Gravios? It's gonna suck if I gotta get that from the reactors. It's Gravios. Oh! It's Hypnoc as well, though. Hell yeah! Oh, I'd way rather fight Hypnoc. Oh, that's not even close. We might have a sleep sack. Oh, we got one already. All right, that's not too bad. You can't get a sleep sack from Plesioth. All right, we're just gonna fight the normal Plesioth. This is gonna be like way faster. Do them on their own. You get more quest rewards. Which is where I feel like we were getting most of our upgrades anyways. Don't do it! Don't buy the God Eater trilogy. Maybe the first two are okay. The third is like maybe one of the worst hunting games I've ever played. I hated that game. Oh, it was bad. Don't do it! Just play Freedom Unite again. Or play World again. Unless you've got, like, a need for, like, a literal child calling you Daddy? There's no reason for it. Soul Sacrifice is fun. Great music. Interesting mechanics. Like, actually has a lot of fun with it, you know? What was his approximate responsibilities on Soul Sacrifice? That's neat. And I recommend any Monster Hunter type games. If you've got a supercomputer and Wild Hearts ever goes on sale for like $20, that's all right. Dauntless is free to play if you like watching bars go up. It's good for free, for variety. It's really not that bad. Probably one of the more generous free-to-play games in existence. Still plenty of people playing Dauntless, yeah. Now, don't expect any updates for, like, actually a year from today. But they are working on an update. They're planning an update that will allow for, like, weapon switching, I think, mid-combat, which that could be kind of fun. Dauntless is a little bland. I mean, it's not great. I mean, it's nothing. I mean, that's just the thing. It's like Monster Hunter such a high standard. Soul Sacrifice, Dauntless, Wild Hearts. Tokiden 2 is interesting for the weapons, but the combat is like bad. Like it's not good combat. The monsters just like lay on the ground. The weapons are very interesting. I know this sounds like strange, like what the hell is he talking about? The combat is bad, but the weapons are interesting. The weapons are like some of the most complicated weapons you'll ever use in any game ever. Gun has a lot of mechanics. I mean, every weapon has like a pretty high skill level in terms of like maxing out the weapon. It's nice of him just to leave. I mean, the approximate equivalent to the charge blade in Token 2, like, actually requires, like, a college course to learn. Like, I still don't really know what's going on. Like, you gotta, like, line up 3 buffs to do 1 combo? And then the fist weapons is, like, frame perfect timing forever. The club is pretty good. This will probably kill him when he comes back. Token 2 does have co-op, but, like, I wouldn't expect anyone to be playing it. You know what I mean? Does he sleep in 3? Or 6? Shame we didn't get him in the 1 zone. Just chill. Don't marry women, pee in my mouth instead. I don't even know if he's here. I should really paintball him. He's not making any noises. What's the context for the P quote? Well, I was talking to Dwarven Man. I think I was playing Freedom Unite. It was based off of something he had said before. I don't know. He said something like he wanted somebody to pee in his mouth at a convention. I can't remember. I don't have a very good memory. I can only remember petty things. I can't remember important quote-related things. We're just gonna hang out here for a while. I am waiting for Plezioth to show up. This is a kill Plezioth quest. I don't know where he is. Oh man, zooming the map in goes crazy. See, I don't know if I'll keep playing Monster Hunter now. It's so annoying. There's like apparently 0 nodes within easy walking distance of me. So if I ever wanted to get Earth Crystals, it's basically a daily quest. It's the only way to get them. It's a screwed up game, man. Like, I don't want to drive somewhere to walk. That's stupid, right? Where is he? I'm going to go in the goddamn cave and he's going to come back here. I know it. The monster you need at the right star level. I'm sure it only gets worse as time goes on. Like, if you lived with, like, 3 or 4 people and everybody was, like, always down to, like, bring home a whole sack of monsters that you can all hunt, that would be a lot of fun. But if you're just, like, a lonely, middle-aged man with nobody around, it feels like it'd be a really fun social game. Like, literally the exact thing that they wanted back in the Japanese market that, like, Rise was supposed to do. You would just eat so good. Everybody be like, yo, here's my... How many paintballs do you get a day? Your cat gets a couple. Do you get any? Automatically? Or do you gotta buy them? Three a day? You get 3, and then how many does your cat get? You don't get any? It's all on your cat? You gonna rely on your stupid cat? That's messed up. It should be autumn. I mean, I don't know. They should really be giving you a couple paintballs a day. Because you know the cat's going to be grabbing, like, the 1-star great Jagras. You just know he is. I haven't even played the bowgun, so I can't say. Probably fine. I think I only have access to sword and shield now, and, like, I'm fine with it. Fine. I just don't even know how much I'm going to play it. If I'm just going to be stuck in, like, 3 or 4-star hell forever, because I can never upgrade my weapon and equipment. Tackle not having hyper armor? Does it not have damage reduction? That's insane. To me, it feels like the sword and shield is, like, maybe the safest weapon. Longsword is safe, dude. Does that have foresight? You know, some of those minerals probably, like, pay for the bomb itself. Oops, too early. The weeb thing? The foresight slash, yeah.
Yo.
Just one more fin, guys. And then we could start working on the other fin. Okay. I don't know why I drank that drink. Oh, well, whatever. Whether or not he sees you in the beginning changes so much. You think he noticed the F-Zeros screaming and thrashing? A lot of blocking. Yeah, I guess I'll buy Elden Ring on Steam. I have it on Xbox. Early on, I think that was okay because like there was some stutter issues on PC, but we should be fine now. I think I've only ever done one playthrough, and I never did New Game Plus. Does anything change on New Game Plus in Elden Ring? I mean, other than the scaling, of course. Like, is there any additional content? Black Phantoms, stuff like that? No? That's unfortunate. Most Tale Soulsians, you're not a fan? I do remember being impressed about how much goddamn stuff is in the game. The least replayability? I mean, it seemed like there was a decent amount of builds you can do. God knows between magic and faith and dex and strength, there's a lot of interesting combinations. I mean, that's what it looked like when I looked at the weapons. What are the interesting type of challenge runs in Elden Ring? Apparently, it's got a really difficult soul level 1. So, I mean, that sounds like ass. I mean, to me, doing different builds is alright in terms of replayability. You know? I mean, it's either... I mean, I always enjoy the progression more than, like, the post-game anyways. Dark Souls 3 is the least replayable. I think I like the Dark Souls 2 non-Scholars of the First Sin the most. I just remember having a lot of fun in that game. I mean, it's weird, but like, I remember it being fun. I don't remember ever being bothered by like it not being a weird interconnected egg. Like that was never like an issue for me. But once Scholars of the First Sin came out, it was like they added so many enemies. It was like not fun. Well, I remember in Dark Souls 3, it felt like towards the end it was just a boss rush. Like, there was barely any normal enemies. There was a lot of running. Did we get the fin? I don't think we got a fin. Oh, damn it.
Yo.
Nope. Nope. And so, if you wanted, in theory, you could buy Dark Souls 2 and all of the individual DLC for it, rather than Scholars of the First Sin on Steam. Like, is that still possible? Or do you just gotta, like, mod Scholars of the First Sin? Love Demon Souls, love Bloodborne. Sekiro is interesting, but I experienced it oddly because, like, I streamed it. And there was some, like, ass-tier chatters in chat when I streamed it that just spoiled every fight. It was so bad. I banned, I think, most of them. Stream it again? They'll be back. And in greater numbers. Let's just take a look. Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2. They're both $40. So it would be $65 to get Dark Souls 2 with all of the DLC versus just $40. That's kind of messed up. I bet, and I'm sure it like never goes on sale. Okay, hold on. You can buy a package bundle that's $40 that has everything. Okay. That's not too bad. I think, wait. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can, there's a bundle that has it. I don't know, Dravius. This guy 7 in DLC is still over $100? Jesus Christ. Is any of the DLC, like, even... I mean, I know it's, like... It's difficult to say, like, is it worth it? But is it worth it? I guess we should probably put skills on our cat, right? He's probably got some stuff. It's characters, it's worth it for you. My money! It should be 70. Not 100. What? If I were a cat, what would I want to have? Attack up's probably okay. Oh. Problem blind. Demon Flute might be nice. I'm assuming that's the same thing as an attack seed, right? Oh, Train Simulator. I mean, they know who they're getting. They've got a captive audience. I knew a guy whose entire basement was filled with, like, model trains. Can I show the meditate animation for the cat? Sure. had a guy in chat that worked on one of those train simulator games, and it was interesting because some trains let you do goofy stuff, like the train company doesn't care. Most of the European train companies don't seem to care if you leave the train running and jump off of it. The US train company, Amtrak, really does not want you starting up the train and trying to, like, put it at full gauge and then jump out of a door. No, please! Because the US sucks. Yeah. It's no fun. Get him, cat. Sleep time. Good sleep. The funny thing is right now we are working on sleep time. That's literally our goal right now. Your roll just crashed? On the Xbox? Kinda weird. Maybe you DDoSed yourself by refreshing too much. $10,300? That's with no sales though, right? Oh my god. Okay. These draws. Don't you run. Shoot me. Oh god, the bait. Man, whenever he does that, he usually shoots his beam. He usually doesn't do the hip check. 90% discount. You're still at $1,000? Yeah. I'm telling you though, the train people will pay it. I don't think 10,000 is going to get you like an actual thing. I mean, I guess like a little train car, like a person-sized train car that you could tool around in. Yay, we got our fin. Oh, we're getting there. Kim Jong-un is his own personal railway and his own personal armored train. I mean, it makes sense. Right? That makes sense for how they do things. Over in North Korea. So this is going to get us the fin sword, and then we need the spike. The spike is going to be 5 fins. 5 more Plesioth fins. I wonder if we should just try and sleep bomb the Plesioth once we get the next upgrade. I don't know how sleep bombing his fin works. If you could put it near him? Yeah, I mean, it just keeps going. It's just like the raw on this is so good. I don't know how the raw on the other one compares. It's going to be less. So many armor stones. It's so generous. We're going to be able to max out our next armor set, which, like, we're going to need to. Kim Jong-un is based? Like, I know you're pro CCP, but are we sure about that? Is Greatsword good in Freedom Unite? It's amazing in Freedom Unite. It's so strong. Most weapons are pretty good. Hunting Horn is pretty bad. What qualifies Kim Jong-un as being based? I don't buy it. There's no way he's based. Other than allowing for mass consumption of marijuana before basically any other country on the planet. He doesn't have to poop. I mean, we don't have to make fun of him. I just like, what are his policies that like puts him in that category? Yo. So it gets up to 150. Yeah, I mean, it'll be on the it'll be on YouTube. We've got an archive channel, and they're always around on Twitch for like 90 days. You know, that weapon looks pretty cool. For 9 more fins and 4 more sleep sacks. Maybe we're gonna. But we will finally have our elemental sword and shield. Not bowing to the US? I mean, that's a little based. I mean, I know there's that double quest, but like, there's no way it's better. It was like such a pain in the ass to do. Do it anyways. I just don't, like, I don't even know where to put the bomb that would actually, like, count as a hit on the fin. The frog is helping. No, there's no KO on the sword and shield. That was first added in Try. And it was really bad in Try. But it was in Try. I mean, on something super weak to KO, whatever, right? The heart wants what the heart wants. If you want a KO on your sword and shield, go ahead and take one. How did I not get hit? Stage the drone blade at? You know, this is... We got this at 4-star village, and it has 180 raw. Isn't that unreal? Tons of green. Yeah. And Sword and Shield really needs it too. You know, it still wears out surprisingly quickly. That's the funny thing. I wonder how much damage they do to each other with those water beams. It's for big dinner? I don't know. I got a bunch of Trader Joe's. It'll be Trader Joe's something. If we're lucky, it'll be the garlic pasta, a salad, and coconut soup. That would be a good dinner. Massively Trader Joe's pilled recently. Don't do it. I know you want to do it. Don't do it. Oh, it missed. Nope. Come back. Dude, I've never seen a Plesioth move faster in my life to escape the zone.
You're done. You're wild.
You see that?
It's over.
Oh my god, they're right next to each other. Well, at least I know where they are now. Maybe they'll start spinning and kill each other. It was reasonable to try and block there, right? Like that was reasonable. Okay, that was pretty quick. Huh. Huh. God, autocorrect is like the worst thing ever. Why is there no like autocorrect for adults where it knows you just want to swear 50% of the time? The only issue I have is I have like a old friend group I talk to sometimes, and I'm so used to like almost never like capitalizing things that they're like, why don't you ever capitalize any of your work? Does anyone have the same issue? You're probably like, what the hell are you doing with a normie friend group? You're right. Mind you, I don't start capitalizing things, all right? I'm not caving into their demands. I just like the vibe that not capitalizing things gives, you know? It's like a chill vibe. Okay. He was thinking about it. You know, I gotta say, that felt about as fast as a slightly slow normal quest. And we got 4 carves out of it. An extra 4 carves out of it. French yellow. I guess we'll just keep doing this until we've got, like, one of the fins finished. Dude, we got a ton of fins out of that. We got 3 fins. Default Google board tracks what you type. Isn't it scary how tracked we are? Speed eating 1 is useless? I thought speed eating +1 was alright. We might get more fins. We might get 4 or 5 fins with the we might get 4 or 5 fins with the rewards. No! Dude, that was rude, man. The money is better too, right? +1 is only for stakes? Oh. Never mind. You're right. It is useless. There's definitely more money. Forget commendations as well. I don't know what you can use them for. You know, using the Barrel Bomb Plus is absolutely money positive with the granny around. Being able to buy Scatterfish. And discounted bombs. Like, even just 2 Macalite is 640 Zenny. And that's not including getting all those armor stones. I'm not even going up top. I mean, I kind of should. Like mine here. We're not really getting Carbolite at all out of the mine. That's like, those are hard armor spheres that we kind of want, right? Yeah. When I'm eating gnocchi, they sell it at Trader Joe's. I could buy it. I've had it before. I don't know if I really like it. I mean, it's not bad. It's just. I don't know, it's a little bit on the fatter end of pasta. I think gnocchi is relatively popular, though. I don't think you're a weird Italian man for wanting to eat some gnocchi. I mean, it's okay. I mean, if it's done right, it's, you know, it's chewy on the inside and crispy on the outside, which is, like, awesome. Like, that's the best texture, but. She's on sale again. Oh, we got plenty of stuff. We're fine. So normal quest... Sorry. Normal quest is... not even 3,000 versus... over 5,000. I guess you don't. You just get money back. Never had crispy gnocchi? I mean, you're supposed to fry it in like olive oil, right? It's a little crisp. But now you're making me seem like I'm a freak. Am I a freak? I don't think so. I mean, look, you could definitely have simply chewy gnocchi if you wanted. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But you can definitely fry it in a skillet and make it a little crispy. I don't think that's okay, too. I am a creep? I'm like the most normal person ever. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely the most normal person on Twitch. Am I a weirdo? I didn't talk about it on stream today. My Japanese professor seems to think that I'm capable of attending Japanese 202. Having not taken Japanese 201, she's completely insane. She's living, like, at first I felt bad, and now it's like, you are out of your mind. At this point, she only wants more students for her class. In her email, that's what she said. She said, you learned a lot being in Japan. It's like, I went to a lot of restaurants and convenience stores. I didn't have, like, you know, a tutor. There's no way I'm capable of doing the academic work. We've been doing some Goblin Tier streaming recently. I've been enjoying it. We've been doing almost 10 hours a day most days, which is like a lot. But it's been fun. That's the benefit of living in a place where there's literally nothing to do. Like, I could consume more content, or I could just stream more, and I just choose just to stream more. You might be a weirdo, but you're not a creepy weirdo? Thank you. That's one of the nicest things people said to me in chat. No! I can take one more tail whip. Hit me with it, daddy. Slap me with your big green ass. No! You running? Coward? You would run. Get him. Get him again. I mean, we're all in a, how many month is it now? 5-month long plus waiting room for another Monster Hunter game. So, you know. Do you think it'd be a point in time which you're going to commit to going bald? Why would you say that? What makes you think that? We did go full bald over the summer. I did it for a little while. I felt like a big bald baby. I was real bald for like at least a couple days. Was it 1 hour? There's a lot of like insecure little gremlins on Twitch that are like, you must be sad with your life to be like, oh, what about your hair, streamer? Huh? I'm just gonna ban you anyways. Get off Twitch. Fix your own life, you little loser. You sad little man. It's so weird, man. I mean, if I could take a pill and instantly have Korean boy band here, sure. Who wouldn't? But until they invent that, I'm kind of stuck with what I have. That's good enough. Still here. I mean, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, look, it's still holding on. It's not significantly different, honestly, other than the bald spot. It's not significantly different than when I was in college, even. Not the thickest. It's never really been. Think I should shave my hair and keep a mustache? I've done it before. Did we really get 3 things? It's kind of amazing. Think I would look smarter? One time I did that, and I kid you not, like, this is not even a meme. A German came into chat, and in German said, "What is that weird thing on your face?" Fucking Germany, man. I'm telling you, dude, they're like the worst people on the platform. And this was years ago. This was like long before the year of Germany. It would be one thing if it was like, I'm from Darfur. I was a war orphan. I don't have enough food to feed myself. By the way, you're bald. It's like the fucking Germans with their autobahns and their economy and their health care. Ha! You look a little funny. Instead, it's like, I'm from Darfur. Thank you so much for providing this free entertainment. I love Monster Hunter and you. You're a great streamer. Germany. Oh, sorry. I just woke up from my 80,000 plus yearly unionized job from which I will never get fired. By the way, you're bald and fuck you. That's the way it is every time. Hey, I think you're a little ugly. Do you think you could be less ugly on my Twitch stream? Also, I was just able to buy enough groceries for a week. It only cost me 40 euros. And it's all fresh German meats, cheeses, and beer. You've had it too good for too long, Germany. By the way, genetically, I'm able to stand at 5'11" and have less than 12% body fat because of my unique German heritage. Also, you suck, and I'm not going to subscribe, and I think you should quit Twitch. I'm not saying I'm going to ban Germany on site. I'm just saying, like, watch it, okay? You're on watch. Like the worst possible people on this platform. I'm not saying like auto ban. I'm just saying like I need a flag. I need to know. They just need to be marked as a suspicious user. Auto ban, auto ban. I like that. And I'm not saying it's all Germans, but I'm saying when there's a problem, they're usually German. That's it. What about Christian? Did he call you bald? Hold on a second. All right. I'll see you in the grovel request, Stray Dog. You were warned! I'm doing my best not to let your German instincts take over. I appreciate that. All I want is for you to do your best. Dude, we're doing great, man. we're getting all the fins. Goddamn Germany, man. We've got trains. All the buses and trains run on time, and there's no traffic on our highways that are fully funded. We need more sacrifices, is what we need. That is false. Just take a look at the MTA in New York City and compare it to Germany, okay? That's all I want you to do. I want you to drive from New York City to Boston at 5 p.m. on a Friday. I want you to attempt to use mass transportation to get from Boston to New York City on a Friday. That's not true. There is direct Amtrak. But there is, I believe, an exchange in New Haven, so. Just because it's worse doesn't mean ours works good. You know what? I don't care. Yeah, all right. You're not Tokyo. But I don't think you're getting away for free. Highway ran Germany ran the same stream. I'm not gonna ban them. They're being very cordial. You accidentally the Georgia flag, not Germany. Okay, I forgive you. I just did the rant. We're talking about the highways in my state? $21 billion? I was in Bangkok like not 20 years ago, but 15 years ago. And I think they were just getting started on like a monorail or something. And from what I can tell, it's pretty good now. They spend actually, if there's one thing Connecticut does, they do spend a lot of money on public education. In fact, it's probably the place in the country, if you needed to have a child go to public school, it would be like probably the best place in the country. Now, not every school district. Some school districts get like mega screwed over, but for the most part, it's pretty good public education wise. I can't complain. Now, what's the difference between a song tao and a tuk-tuk? Because you make it sound like you'll go on one, but you won't go on the other. Tuk-tuks are scams? I'm assuming they're like similar to like what a rickshaw would be in that you don't ride them for actual transportation. You do it because it's fun. That's my guess. Bad Monster games don't have Poogies. How many of them even are there that don't have Poogie? Is he not in Rise? I don't think he's in Rise. Yeah, I got nothing near me, Ponkshaw. I got nothing. I'm like actual suffering. Alright, so we gotta kill Hypnox. Thank God, I would much rather fight Hypnox than Gravios. Although bombing Gravios would probably work out pretty well. You haven't seen Poogie in Monster Hunter now? That's unfortunate. Hey, there is Vespoid Queen. This one's nice because you actually get supplies. Open minibuses? That sounds pretty fun. That doesn't sound that different than a tuk-tuk, other than you're sharing the ride with other people, right? Can we get Parrot Story? Maybe at night stream I'll do it. Not during day stream. I'm still cooling off of my Germany/highway rant. But like for most of those things, like, don't you agree on the price before you get on? Or do they have a meter? What is he doing? What is this Hypnoc doing? Oh. You know, his leg is actually doing a tiny bit of trample damage, which is like kind of a good thing. He definitely feels pretty advanced for, like, Freedom Unite, right? Like, even if you compare him to Try, I mean, I guess Kuropeko is a little similar. Baggy? What are you talking about? I guess Baggy kind of jumps like that a little bit. He gets a little excited and hops around. I feel like we're never going to see Pekko again. It's so weird. Like, you almost think, like, Pekko is, like, a licensed crossover character. And, like, they can't afford to, like, license him again. I don't know what's going on. He's got... His G-rank armor designs are, like, so good. So you don't want to chase him because, like, he runs. Uh-oh. Surprise, monster visits got baked in the world? I mean, in a way, every monster is Kuro Pekko when Basil's on the map. But I mean, I don't know, it's not the same. Because, like, Pekko was... Like, monsters fight each other. Like, when Pekko summons something, like, they don't fight, not normally. Sometimes there's, like, some crossfire, but... Damn, he hit the ground fast. Uh-oh. Ooh. Hypnoc was Monster Hunter Online? Was he in Online? Thought he was only in Frontier. I guess he might have been in Online. Oh, you know what? He was. I remember his greatsword. He was sick, actually. His weapon was so good. Because you do the level 4 wake up. You would run, coward. He's got to be getting pretty close. We've gotten a lot of good combos off on him. Guys are hello. Hope you're doing okay. I know your neck been okay. Bring back Geodrome. You're cooking a little bit too much. We don't need Geodrome. Geodrome is not what the series needs. Let's stick with the actual flying bird wizard before we, you know, try and ask Capcom to spend resources on Geodrome. Goble, maybe. It's more of a case for Goble. Getting more. It's gonna be bad. Are they playing the Mariah Carey music soon? Yamatsukami 1. Actually, one of the best weapons, best raw weapons in the game. Unlucky requires Yamatsukami parts. As far as I can tell. Bring back Monoblos? I'm fine with Monoblos over Diablo. Oh! Oh! They will in December? Oh, you know it'll happen in November. Oh, it'll be earlier than that. I want to be a bed boy. I've got so much health. Am I the only player that misses Lao Shanlong? Yes. We played him last night. He is still, like, mega bad. Dude, he sucks. What is wrong with you? He is so bad. The map did him dirty. I mean, when he's attacking the gate, he is interesting. Revamp him Frontier style? You ever fight him in Frontier? You think he's a lot different? Because he's not. He's still Lao. It's not like suddenly like he's wearing like goth eyeliner and shooting lasers, spinning around in circles. Look, we all appreciate Lao, okay? He was in, like, the first game, and it's a technological marvel that they were able to fit something like Lao into the PlayStation 2 and have 4 people fight him at the same time. That's really amazing. Like, you can't take it away from him. That's really great. But we're in 2023. I mean, he beats some monsters, okay? Compare him to the bear from Wild Hearts, and he's actually, like, modern art. He's so good. God damn, that bear was so bad. Think they'll add this Frontier bird in the next game? I don't know, man. I'm assuming the next game's going to be another, even more so of a nostalgia fest than normal because they're promoting 20th anniversary, but we don't know until we know. Cool. That's cool. It took a little bit. You know, with bomb boost, Gravios might be faster. And I hate to say it. But with bomb boost, we could probably smash open his chest like real fast. I guess with bomb boost, we could probably smash open Hypnoc pretty fast though as well. I don't know. You like Gammoth? Gammoth is okay. Why do you say it so depressed? No. Damn. I mean, it's not like Gammoth came back. They brought back everyone except Gammoth. I mean, it's kind of a bad fight. Like, I'm not being a bully, but the fight kind of sucks. It's not good. It stands still almost the whole time. I don't know if it's better. I mean, we got one sleep sack, right? The thing is like, I kind of want to make the Gravios sword and shield. I know, like, Corona is cool, but, like, I think the Gravios sword and shield is pretty good, too. So we should probably do a little bit of farming. Frost Peak is a little bit more of a real fight. There was a while I kind of enjoyed Frost Peak. I'll admit it. I'll come out publicly. I'll say it. Is it worth bringing back? I don't know. Is this game sped up? Well, it's not sped up. I do have a setting that might interpolate some frames, but it is definitely running at 30 FPS.
You.
Let me just take a look at the sleep sack drop rates. Let me also take a look at, what is it? Is it Flame Siphos? Okay. So, Flame Siphos needs Gravios, Black Gravios. It says Gravios Shell, Gravios Carapace. Is that like the low rank stuff? It gets made out of the Red Saber. Red Saber is made out of the Sheep's Crest. All right, let's start upgrading. Because I want to go that path.
You.
And let me just make sure I'm certain. So the difference is, it's just like, if I go down the Rathalos path, like that involves farming a lot of Goldian. And like, I don't really want to farm a lot of Goldian. Versus if I'm going to have bomb stuff, like we could mess up Gravios. $392 divided by 1.4. It's 280 raw versus... Would you take 40 more raw at the cost of 22 fire? I feel like that's just better. 40 raw is so much. Oh, Un typo normal. We are using a mod for that. It's got to be better. I mean, that's so much more raw. Like, even with Sword and Shield hitting as fast as it is. Am I still banned? What were you banned for? You say Sheppy? What'd you say? That owns, man. That's so good. I wonder if he did it as a bit, or I wonder if he did it as like he didn't know. It's funny either way. Right? Like it's fun. It's funny if he knew, and it's also funny if he didn't know. Because all the monsters were like unique, Lorder.
Yo.
And it had online. I mean, it was years before we had easy online, right? All right, we're gonna up this. This is gonna give like what, 1 armor? Jesus Christ. There's a guy that loves this mask that comes into the stream sometimes, and like, it's a shame if he's not gonna be around for this. How's today gone? We are getting close to... Well, we made this mask, so that's good. I don't want to use my hard armor spears here. Yeah, see, it's, you see how like it still has like no defense?
Yo.
I think I'm going to make the sword and shield, the Gravia sword and shield, because I don't think I've ever made it before and used it, but it looks good here, so... I mean, that's pretty dope, right? I guess I'm a little confused at the drop rates because we need... I'm assuming Shell is low rank and Carapace is high rank? That makes sense to me. I guess we'll just do the black Gravios to start. I mean, we're gonna have to do them eventually anyways, so. We actually, hold on. I want to get a couple more, I get a couple more folks. Man, I would love to sleep bomb them, but I just don't... I mean, it's just such a huge difference in raw.
Yo.
You know, I'm bringing a 130 raw weapon in. If it's 150, I don't mind. That's nice. The supply barrel bomb is nice. The cat mask really... It kind of changes the mood of the game a little bit, doesn't it? It never showed up, did it? In Rise. I don't think they ever showed up. You know, I appreciate you mentioning the silliness because, you know, I remember a lot of things in Monster Hunter were real silly for a while. And I'm not saying it got real serious in World and Iceborne, but it feels like maybe a little less silly, unless you're directly staring at the cat. Cat Mask from Frontier and Rise? I see. Don't run. Don't run. I know you want to run. Don't do it. Oh, I don't have throw anymore. I don't have any skills anymore. I probably have defense. Yeah, he's gonna be mad. There's gonna be a lot of damage. Blow up! Yeah, he's kind of moving fast, isn't he? Oh! Too strong! Yeah, those bombs are hitting, man. That's okay. I'm on that. That's great. Now we know we're doing damage. This is Black Ravios, yeah. I haven't seen him since For You? Yeah, no, it's... Defense apparently is, like, halved in Freedom Unite, so... That's why everything feels like they hit so hard, is like defense just isn't as effective. You know, he's pretty high up. Compared to, I mean, this is just what somebody said, and I have not tested it myself, but normally for every 80 defense you have, it's like half, like some modifier of damage, and in Freedom Unite, it's 160. He's enraged again. That actually was not a lot of damage. Crit I3 or attack plus better in 3rd gen. In general, it's attack. Until you're like in like end NG rank, it's usually attack. Whoa, the range on that is so far. Nope. Nope. Come on. Came here to relax? Oh, I'm playing Gravios. Black Gravios to relax you. Guard up would probably be useful here. Apple Buttle up. Oh, the dive is like perfect. Man, all those bombs and the chest still isn't broken. He's limping! Whoa, dude, I think we could have bombed him to death. Oh, I mean, normally you would bring like something like a water bow or water shot on a bow gun, yeah, and it would be fine. Yeah, he's absolutely designed. I mean, and there are fights definitely designed that are like, yo, you should probably. This is low rank, yeah. I wonder if some of those bombs technically didn't hit his stomach. I mean, they must have. Missed. Do you think Prime Day will be a good day to purchase computer components? I'm sure you don't have like a full price list or anything. I'm thinking of doing an upgrade soon, and I'm hearing Intel 14th gen is going to be ass. You don't shop much with them? Do they not give you like a discount? Do they at least give you free Amazon Prime? Still limping. Man, it's like, why even bother? I should have used the Pleziout Sword and Shield. Raw doesn't do anything. I just need to bomb the hell out of it. You get a discount on Prime? Not free? Wait. It's not even that expensive. I mean, it's like $100? 120 bucks? Mia, my advice is bring at least 10 large barrel bomb. If not, like, if you've got the granny stuff downloaded, you could bring the equivalent of like 10 large barrel bomb plus. And like, just like, I'm not saying you skip the fight, but. I noticed that. I was looking at the White Monoblos the other day. I think in G rank he sweeps it. He doesn't have like the homing laser looking thing. Oh, it's probably like high rank village, G rank guild. That's when they like crack everything out. Yeah, I mean, if I do this again, I'm gonna bring the, I'm gonna bring the sword and shield. I'm gonna sleep bomb him to death. That would be way better. Is that rare, the skull? There's a sleep sack. Still, I think faster than Hypnoc. It could have been like way faster if I brought just like all the bombs. Did I play Monster Hunter Online before the shutdown? I purchased VIP 6, the most expensive VIP bundle, which imparted lifetime VIP from it. It was about $300. It was a fun game. It was not a good game. They did a lot of weird creative stuff. I mean, it was Lifetime. I mean, their Lifetime, not mine. You never got to see the Plesioth boat fight? It's somewhere on my YouTube channel. It's there somewhere. You gotta look for it. It would have been around July of 2018. I think. That sounds right. Apparently, they are being worked on. You know, it's a little sad. I mean, game preservation is a good thing, and Capcom has like a mixed bag in terms of like how good they are about it. They remaster and keep a lot of games around. I mean, the servers for Freedom are still up. You can still go onto your PSP. You have to disable all the network security on your router and connect and download all of the DLCs if you want. I mean, nowadays, I mean, I guess it depends on where you live. I mean, if you're in an apartment, like, someone is definitely stealing your Wi-Fi. You live a little remote, I mean, it might be all right. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want people to just drive up to my house and, like, connect to my network. That would be a little scary. I think the next game is going to be live service Decoro. I don't think it's going to be a proper MMO. But they definitely pulled some of the Frontier staff to work on stuff. That is like 100% true.
Yo.
One more sec. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's do...
Yo.
What was I doing before? We wanted to make a Gravios weapon. Was it from the Red Saber? I think it is. Red Saber into the Flame Siphos. Flame Siphos. Ooh, it looks so cool. Corona's the classic, but like you almost never see this weapon, huh? So we just need to do some mining. So it doesn't matter. We've got all the Gravios stuff we need. You haven't seen this one? Yeah, they don't really use it anymore, do they? Corona is the one they always bring forward. I don't know which one is better. I think Corona ends up being better. Yeah, the Blazing Falchion does not have a G rank upgrade. Some more small barrel bombs, I guess. Really, the paint, I mean, it's... Getting the spacing right is a little hard on the small barrel bombs versus just throwing a paintball. Wait. No! I want to use the sleep weapon. Like, it's so much weaker, but sleep is just so much stronger in this game. I think it works out. Best weapon in Freedom Unite? I mean... in terms of, like, a category? We're not counting bowguns? I mean, it's kind of like cheating if you do, but, I mean, you kind of should. A lot of the raw-focused weapons go extremely hard, to the point where it's, for most matchups, it's hard to justify using element. There's a lot of, like, 310 raw weapons in this game. And a lot of elemental weapons just don't really keep up at all. I mean, they're fun and they're good on some monsters, but for the most part, it's just like... use Reckless Abandon 1 with Razor Sharp and Sharpness +1 and just hang out in purple sharpness and shred things. Don't run. Don't leave. Don't. Oh, we got him. Barely. This is a PlayStation 1 game? What are you talking about? PS1 has not aged, outside of sprite-based games, like PlayStation 1 has not aged gracefully. Why is he running like that? He's like he's got to take a massive dump. My status is going away. This is terrible. Monkey has a map editor now? Has it not ever had a map editor? Is he flying? Like, where can you see him on the map? I don't understand. I don't get it. It is crazy that this is a PSP game. Like, even what we see on screen right now, obviously it's at 720p and not whatever native res is for PSP. The PlayStation 2 would, I think, struggle a little bit with this. The widescreen. People always, like, hate on Capcom for their coding, and, like, I know they've got some weird stuff in their code. But just being able to get the game to run is kind of amazing. I think it's a lock 60 too. Or lock 30. PS2 emulator would? Well, that doesn't count. Stay away, Vespoid. Stay away! No! My sleep! Probably heal. Okay, please. I should have been the equivalent of 4 large barrel bomb pluses. I'm assuming this next one's going to be like a little harder. Yeah, I think it's the Yamatsukami Sword and Shield fume. It looks pretty sick. I'll still probably stick with Element, but it is tempting. He woke up mad. The game's a little bit more generous about hitting them while they're sleeping than I remember. I think it's first gen where it's like basically anything will wake them up, even as they're starting to sleep animation. But you can get a couple hits in. If you can, unless they get 350 raw, it just doesn't get purple though, right? So I don't think it's worth it without the purple. Oh, he's dying. Purple is so huge in this game. What's interesting is like blue sharpness is all you really need. Like white sharpness is not that big of a deal. Even green sharpness is kind of a big deal. The modifier in green is actually pretty good. These guys do some funny stuff sometimes. God, was it Dose? One of those games, it's like you're working forever just to get green sharpness. Maybe it was Try. Try really makes you work for green sharpness. Well, Dose, the thing is, like, you can get Death Prize so early, and I know Death Prize has green sharpness on it. Well, Fume, I'm going for Bomb Strength, Sharpness +1, and Razor Sharp. That's my current plan. So now we're probably going to use this, and we're going to go up to... I mean, we're going to be sleep bombing whatever we're fighting. So we'll start pushing to the next Neko quest. Monster Hunter bad game. Why would you give their... Was that random? Trapmaster exists in the game, yeah. Are they in the chat? No. I mean, it's your... Thank you very much. It's your $5. I would give it to somebody in chat, but whatever.
You.
Man, so much work. It's a pretty good upgrade, though. 20 more raw is a lot. Now it's like a real weapon. Mornifa, thank you. Now few. See, it's actually helping someone. You'll take it? I see that Prime badge next to your name. Look how expensive that is. 55,000, dude. That's insane. That guy hated For You. It could have been Generations. Which, I mean, pretty on the nose if he was talking about Generations, right? That guy nailed it. Cross? I mean, you could have played Cross early. A little earlier, yeah. I remember importing Cross. I remember, like, finishing the village and then, like, randomly fighting, like, a hyper Kutku and being like, what the hell is this? I'm like, why is this Monster Hunter? I thought it was so weird. I forget if I bought a physical copy of Double Cross. I think I just got it digitally. I think I bought cards off of PlayAsia. Pretty sure that's what I did. Region switched what, in the 3DS? I guess Cross was originally not on. Yeah. I forget how I played it. I have a Japanese 3DS. I don't think I played it on there. I might have homebrewed my 3DS to switch the region on it. Jesus, you need money in this game. Alright, let's see here. What's next? Bazarios? This is perfect for Bazarios. Dude, he's gonna get messed up. Oh, he has no idea what's coming, man. In the swamp. In the swamp, we want hot drinks. Yo, this zone looks so good. Is this the secret zone? I think it is. Oh, what a shame. I don't have any pickaxes. I don't think I've ever been here before. Yeah, I think it is secret. That's so cool. I've never been there before. I should have brought Psycho Serums. Well, that big glowy zone. I mean, Kezu. I mean, there's like what, a donut. I don't know. I don't know if he goes in the donut. But that one zone I was in. I mean, you can't get in there. I mean, it's the secret area. You gotta spawn there. Not that donut. I'll show you the donut. Am I in Japan? Is Japan banning in real life streaming? I am no longer in Japan. I was in Japan. I was in Japan for 3 months. The news article that I read said that they might pass legislation that will probably put some restrictions around in real life streaming. You know, they do want to preserve people's freedom of speech and expression. I mean, obviously, you can't just like ban recording in public. But in terms of live streaming and live broadcasting, I wouldn't be surprised if they passed some rules on it. Yeah, I mean the Johnny Somali stuff, man. I mean that they just don't want that to happen again. You know, and I don't blame them. I'm surprised it took that long. What happened? There was a live streamer that was just like, he himself, as well as enabling his chat to say like incredibly racist stuff against Japan. Last I remember, I saw him getting like, him and another streamer got punched in the face by some guy that was like not taking kindly to that. I wonder if he ever had charges pressed against him. I can't imagine anyone would arrest the guy. I'm not saying violence is justified, but I can't say I'm surprised. The guy that punched him got arrested? I mean, we're talking about Johnny Somali. Yeah, there's just no reason for it, you know? Like, why would you go to a country like that, you know? And is there a balloon? It's random whether the balloon shows up or not. I don't see it. I might have to leave and go get some psycho serums. The old zones are very large. Yeah, Yuji Horii is the Dragon Quest guy. Yuji Naka is the Sonic guy. I haven't seen any of the rocks. I'm abandoning. We're gonna get the psycho serum. Like I've done some in real life streaming, and like my general approach is to like, if I can see someone's face, I take the camera and I just drop it down to the ground. I mean, I've got a good gimbal, so I can do that. I just know I wouldn't want people like, you know, live streaming or recording my face in public, you know, in general. If I was just hanging out, obviously I'm a creamer, there might be situations where I'm going to be in public, but you know, it's just like, it's just not polite, you know, because like, you don't know, like maybe the person called out sick from work and now you're out there outing them that they're walking around, you know? I mean, a very similar thing happened 4 or 5 months ago with another, I think he was also a Kick streamer in Thailand. And the guy in Thailand was in like a really nice hotel in Bangkok. And he was in like a room connected to the lobby, and he was like dressed up in women's lingerie, giving his girlfriend a lap dance. And like the hotel manager walked by with like an important client and saw this and freaked out, understandably. You know, imagine any other really nice hotel in any country doing that. Ice Poseidon, I guess. And at first they were starting to laugh a little bit, but she was like, no, you guys are gonna get effed over. He's like, this is not cool. I mean, and like, you know what the worst thing about it is like, if you wanted to find a bar that you could dress up in lingerie in and give someone a lap dance, like I'm positive there's a place in Bangkok you can do that. It's just like, not everywhere, you know? Like, what an idiot. What are you doing? And it at first appeared that he was going to be there for years awaiting, in prison awaiting a sentence. Is he not in here? There's like a top zone that he might be in. Well, the thing is like, if you're, most streamers like want to be on either Twitch or if not Twitch, YouTube. If you can't stream on either of them, you're probably saying or doing some stuff that's not going to be popular. Yeah, I mean, not every country has guaranteed freedom of speech or freedom of expression. I mean, Thailand still has laws that prevent saying anything negative against the king. If you don't like it, you can try and lobby and change the law, but that is literally the law. So, good luck. You know Thailand has a king? One of the longest running monarchies in existence? I don't know if it's the longest running, but might be. It's a kingdom, yeah. It is technically a constitutional monarchy, but the king still has a lot of power. It's not like the UK where it's kind of like, whoa, we blew it up in one. They hang you for weed in Thailand? As of this exact moment, I believe it's legal, but I think you might be thinking of Singapore. But apparently the new party coming into Thailand might re-criminalize weed because people don't like it. Apparently. I'm right? Of course I'm right! When am I moving to Thailand? I don't know. We might visit this summer. If I were the King of America with undisputed power, what would I do with the highway system? Stop spending as much money on it and start spending money on trains and other forms of public transit. How come this Hornitar is not dead? This has got to be the strongest Hornitar that's ever lived. He's still alive. Oh, there we go. He's finally taken out. If you, I actually went to a museum in Japan that was kind of like, talked about the development of like the public transportation system. And like, it's just so simple and so smart. They're like, okay, a good public transportation system is great, but we need to give people something to go to. So they made sure like all like the main stations had like a shopping mall in it. It's just like so smart, man. I've heard about the fentanyl production in China. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely mega hard on drugs in China. And yeah, my understanding is that a lot of fentanyl is produced in China and then sold internationally. I don't even know. What would that exchange rate be? It's the reverse opium wars, but except this time USA is getting the brunt of it. I mean, I'm all okay with, like, weed being decriminalized, but the opium stuff is, like, real bad. Holy crap. Sleep bombing is so strong! Make new sleep bombing tutorial now? It's always good. We're cooking now. We just need money to afford all of our bombs, but with how fast it's going, it's not really an issue. So our next step is probably going to be making sharp sword and sharpness +1 armor. Great sword sleep bomb Kieran. Does the sword hit before the bomb goes off when you do that? I'm guessing it probably does. I need to look at my ass. You get a little bit of time before the bomb goes off. The only issue there is, like, bomb boosted large barrel bomb pluses hit, like, mega hard. I mean, we just have to spend all of our money on bombs. I mean, 10,000 zenny is enough for plenty of bombs, right? The funny thing is, like, I can make life harder for myself by making Siennatar U armor. Or I can literally just make all Siennatar. I guess the difference is I don't get defense -20 if I make the Siennatar U. Astro Sirius, you've said it like 5 times and, like, everyone understands what you're saying. Typo aside, it's not a problem. The Braces U require a Deora Dragon Scale. Male U requires 2 Deora Dragon Scales. So you need to farm. I need to kill Kushala Deora. If I wanted to make 1 Siennatar U. How much more defense is it? Like, do I care? I guess I care. How about Razor? Do I have a sharpened beak?
Yo.
No. Oh, that's from Garuga? I think I'm just going to do all Cianatar. All baby Cianatar. I mean, it'll be way easier to farm that. I'm just like, the Artisan Jewels, I could, if I cared, like, I could completely murder Monoblos. And get all the Artisan Decos I needed, like, right now. But, you know, then we're working on, like, oh, the thing is, though, Cianatar Claw Plus, like, it needs Lao Shan Carapace. So annoying. How quickly do you think Monoblos dies? With sleep bombing? Probably pretty quick. Sleep bomb Lao, if only. I got 1 heart. I don't think he has a ton of life. I think he's got pretty bad hit zones. But I don't think he's got a ton of life. I mean, that's a good point too, Applebud. We'll be able to get a lot of his horns. I mean, we're not going to get any hearts out of the horns, but... Interesting thing to consider is, like, when you're doing a sleep bomb, do you even bother dropping 2 bombs? Or do you just keep dropping 1 bomb at a time? Interesting question, right? I guess if you were going, like, max money, you would just, like, buy everything and just bomb the hell out of them. But 3 sleep bombs, like, should be enough to kill him. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. I mean, we will 100%. What? Get his horn broken. That's for sure. This is low rank Monoblos. Yeah, I need Monoblos hearts. In my dreams, I would get 6 Monoblos hearts. I know that sounds like insane. And like, I get it. It should be like 3 sleep bombs, right? He should die after 3 of them. Large barrel bomb does 225. And the sleep modifier is 3 times damage. Oh, he's enraged. That's ruined everything. Maybe I should kill those Cephalos first. Oh, goddamn. I don't think it's gonna take as long as you'd think. It's only like 2 combos to kill them, and it makes sure you get your sleep off. This bat, you see what I mean? Constitution definitely affects Guardian World, although I don't think there's room for it. I like how the cat hit you. There's Iron Wall Physique Decos? I'm not saying it's worth using them, though. That doesn't mean it's worth using them. There's all sorts of weird-ass combo decorations. Weakness Exploit Constitution is kind of neat. On bow. Or maybe it's Crit Boost Physique? You take more chip damage, but Power Guard doesn't take any stamina, other than the drain. Dude, if we got our sleep bombs off, he would be, like, so dead right now. I think this is it, man. I think I could farm him fast enough to actually reasonably make the decorations. I just don't know what the quest drop rate is for hearts. It might be a bad idea. The wiki said it's like a 2% drop rate. in cars, but it might be higher in rewards. It's just an armor set that would last us until G rank. In fact, it would last us technically through G rank. What weapon should he make? Gun lance. I don't know if White Monoblos is better heart drop rates. I think they're the same. There is an urgent coming up that's two Monoblos to get into HR 8. Should probably do this white one just to get it done. All right, I'm gonna go eat dinner. We'll be back soon. Everyone, if I don't see you, have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, see you in, I don't know. Give me an hour or two. See you then. Won't be too long. Goodbye.